There are going to be more down that way.
It's blowing the other way. Thank you for coming.
Where is this? These people here. They're all hello. Jammy. Like a commute train or something. This thing never focuses. Ooh, that was... Yay!
Wow. You got a tent set up for us.
Oh,
The swan is here too in the water.
Oh!
There's 5 of them. There's a whole bunch.
yeah.
Babies.
Goodbye. We miss you.
Oh, how sweet.
That is so sweet.
Goodbye, we miss you.
Thank you.
They're up on the hill too.
There's something wrong with the focus on this thing. I can't make out what
I
it
know.
says.
It's so cute.
Bye bye something.
This is a little ferry crossing that goes across the Kiel Canal. This one, the ferry boat's right there.
Some of the locals. This is the last voyage of this ship through the canal. Petersen! Well, it's getting too dark to take pictures now. If there's a crowd of people out there, you can hear them tooting their horns.
Both places are absolutely like fairy tale.
All these places are along the canal.
So nice and so good. It's like they making up for what happened in the Second World War. It's like they're so good and nice and I don't know.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Berlin.
Oh.
Adolf!
During the GDR time, but now it's coming from North Germany or Northeast Germany or even from the Eastern European countries. Meanwhile, the former Western station, the zoo station, near to the Zoological Garden, is the most important station now in Berlin. I think we will see it today as well. Yeah, of course, this one is important for the northern part, northeastern part, and of course the trains coming from Scandinavia as well. They come by ferry boat and then continue via Warnemünde and Rostock to Berlin. Yeah, I told some of you Berlin has changed a lot during the last 10 years, and nowadays it's one of the most interesting, one of the most dynamic cities in Europe, and I think you will enjoy our trip today. And in the morning, in the next 2 hours, I would like to show you the historic parts of Berlin, the historic highlights of Berlin, because they are concentrated in the former eastern part of Berlin. Yeah, that means around Alexanderplatz Square, and the Museums Island, the old Palace Square, and unter den Linden Boulevard, Brandenburg Gate. Yeah, these are the historic highlights of Berlin, and they are concentrated in former East Berlin. Actually, Berlin is situated at both sides of the river Spree. The spelling is S-P-R-E-E. S-P-R-E-E, but the pronunciation in German language is Spree. Today, that's a population of entire Berlin. 1/3 is living in the old eastern part and 2/3 is living in the former western part of the city. It's to Berlin, and the city of Berlin, the history of Berlin was marked by the 500 years history of the Hohenzollern rulership. Now, the Hohenzollern dynasty ruled here from the end of the 15th century up to the beginning of the 20th century. Unfortunately, there's only some few Baroque style buildings left. You know, Berlin was heavily destroyed during World War II, especially in the second half of World War II. Nearly every day after the two German states were founded. In the middle of the 19th century, after the Industrial Revolution, Berlin turned into a very big industrial city, and of course, even nowadays, you can feel all the living quarters for the working class people. Most of those living quarters were built in the late 19th century, around 1900, and they marked the newer history of Berlin. Now, as I told you, Berlin was rebuilt, redone after World War II, and of course it took a lot of time to redo, especially all the important historic sites. Unfortunately, some of them have gone, not rebuilt. For example, the old, very big and very nice Baroque-styled city palace of the Hohenzollern dynasty, it doesn't exist anymore. It was destroyed during the war, but it was there was a chance to rebuild this historic building, but unfortunately the authorities, the East German government, decided to blow up the remains of the historic palace. In 1950, in the beginning of the 1950s, they destroyed the remains of the historic city palace. These are the typical housing estates of the late 19th century or beginning of the 20th century. Some of those buildings newly painted. That's why they look a bit fresher, they look a bit newer, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And of course, unfortunately, after World War II, according to the Potsdam Conference that was held immediately after World War II, in the second half of July 1945, the big three came together. Great Britain, America, and Soviet Union, and they met in Potsdam in the palace of Zierenhof, and then the post-war history of Germany was decided there. Some 4 years later, as a result of the Cold War, 1949, both German states were founded. In 1948, there was Soviet blockade of West Berlin. The famous airlift was introduced based on the idea of Gerald Clay. It was in June 1948. After the new currency was introduced in the western part of Berlin, in the part of the Western Allies, and of course the Soviets were not amused about it, and then they decided to block all the transit roads leading to West Berlin, and then we have a best known blockade of West Berlin that continued for 11 months till the end of May 1949, and as a result of that, finally West Germany was founded in June 1949, and 3 months later, in October 1949, East Germany as well was founded. And that's why the post-war history of Berlin, of course, was especially influenced. Night from the 12th to the 13th of August, the wall was built. Now they started, of course, first they used barbed wires, and under the control of the army and police, they then step by step built the Berlin Wall.
Auch scharf aus, das Bändchen da hinten.
Wo, was? Hier sehen.
Hast du ja, Mensch, guckst du nicht nach vorne? Da ist doch eine scharfe Braut auf dem Motorrad.
Nobody shot me.
1961, during the 12 years, nearly 3 million people, more than 2 million, nearly 3 million people escaped from former East to West. And yeah, you can imagine that it was indeed a very big problem for the East German authorities. Well, it was 17 million. Yeah, the entire population of East Germany was 17 million, but more than 2 million East Germans left East Germany in the first 12 years. So of course, later on it was very, very difficult. After the wall was built, it was nearly impossible. Actually, it was nearly impossible to escape from East to West. It was a so-called anti-fascist defense wall. A so-called anti-fascist defense wall, but actually it was a wall to avoid East Germans to escape to West Berlin or to West Germany. So we are very glad that that capital of the history, the German history, came to an end in 1989. You know, in 1989, on the 9th of November, the 9th of November, during the midnight hours, the different control or checkpoints between East and West were opened to all of us, to all East Germans, and that was the beginning of the new epoch, of a new time for the Germans and for Germany as well. Yeah, in 1989, on the 9th of November, the wall became not necessary anymore. And a bit later, in 1990, they started to tear down the wall. And now we have, of course, some remains of the wall, just to remember the post-war history, the 40 years of separation into East and West. Yeah, the wall remained 28 years between 1961 and 1989. Explain a bit, and then I will give you the chance to take photographs. We will stop here for roughly 10 minutes, okay? Yeah, actually West Berlin was completely surrounded by the wall. That means the West Berliners, they lived inside the wall, yes, because it was like an island in the heart of East Germany. And because the West Berlin was completely surrounded by the wall, the length of the wall was 159 kilometers. 159 kilometers, but it was 3.6 meters high. Yeah, 3 meters 60 centimeters. Maybe it looks higher, but it was 3.60. And it was not the problem of only one wall, because there was a second wall. Yeah, behind the first wall was a second one, and between the two walls was a so-called no man's land, or the death area. The no man's land, because nobody could go in there. It was on the very strict control of the East German police and army, the forces, and it was impossible. It was nearly impossible to survive, to escape from east to west. Many people were shot, and then they had different ideas to escape, especially in the beginning. Under the construction of the wall, a lot of people escaped, and of course with success. But later on it was very, very difficult. And then they had the idea of tunnels, and they used balloons, and they used even the Baltic Sea. They built something like submarines, very small self-made submarines, and they had a lot of ideas how to escape, how to get free from East Germany. So now here at the length of nearly 1 kilometer, you see all the kind of somehow interesting pictures. Of course it was impossible. It was forbidden in East Germany to paint the wall. It was nearly impossible to walk here. And it was an industrial area. Now at the left-hand side nearly nothing is left, but it was an industrial area in former times, and that's why we didn't have any sense, didn't make any sense to walk around here. And if you try to stroll around here, the police would ask you, what are you doing here? What are you looking for? Yes, that's why it was nearly impossible. And it was white and grey painted, and after the wall came down in 1991-92, a lot of young painters from all over the world were invited to paint here one part of the wall, and that's why it's so-called East Side Gallery. But it was more than 11, 12 years ago, and that's why most of the pictures look a bit, how to say it? Shabby. So, but nevertheless, it is a kind of wall memorial, and that's why I give the chance to take pictures. I stop here for 10 minutes, okay? I would like to see you on the bus again, 10 minutes past 11. 10 minutes past 11, it's departure time.
It's the Berlin Wall, or what's left of it. About a mile long now, and we're pretty close to take pictures, so it's hard to get photographs. This camera's almost out of...
Nearly 1 kilometer Berlin Walls left. Well, these are the original remainings of the wall, just to commemorate the post-war history, the history of Berlin's wall. Because it's very, very difficult to imagine. It's very shabby, unfortunately. I'm very sorry, but I use it very often. I would like to show it to you. It's like it's a city map, somehow a city map showing former East and West Berlin. Then you can better imagine how it was. There was in the southwest, the American part. Then in the former West Berlin, the city center belonged to the British Allied forces, and the northern part of West Berlin, independent city. It didn't belong to West Germany, but it was of course supported by West Germany. From the beginning up to the end.
Gerade durch.
Gerade durch. Ich sag's dir, an der großen Kreuzung.
Rechts?
An der großen Kreuzung rechts und gleich wieder links.
Ah ja.
Das ist so ein kleiner Weg da.
Das war ja an der Stadtmauer, ne?
An der Stadtmauer lang.
First, of course, they hesitated. They, of course, still people living in the former western part of the city. They hesitate to see the eastern part. But it's 14 years ago, and their life normalized again. With champagne and wine, and they brought apples and everything, and it was very, very There were so many deep emotions we couldn't forget anymore. It was so crowded, we nearly couldn't move anymore. The very famous shopping street in West Berlin, the Kurfürstendamm area, the most famous shopping street here in Berlin, was very crowded. And in the beginning, all the museums were free for the East Berliners or East Germans. Yeah, we have to show our passport and got free entrance for all the museums in the western part of the city. Or even the transportation was free. The buses, subway, metro system, city train, everything was free of charge. Because, you know, the East Berliners, they didn't have Western money. There were two different kinds of mark, German mark and East German mark, the West and East mark, and of course it was impossible for the East Germans to get West marks. That's why it was a bit difficult for the first half year, and half a year later, in the middle of 1990, actually on the 1st of July 1990, the money was changed. And then the East German mark is gone. Up to 4,000 marks. Up to 4,000 East German marks, the change was 1 to 1. That means 1 East German mark to 1 West German mark. And more than 4,000, yeah, from 4,001. If you had more money than 4,000 marks, you have lost half of your money because the remains were changed to 1. It means 2 East German marks became 1 West German mark afterwards. Yeah. For example, 6,000 marks later on became 5,000. Yeah, 4,000 1 to 1, and the remaining 2,000 2 to 1. That means finally you had 5,000 West marks afterwards. And in some month later, in October 1990, on the 3rd of October 1990, there was a reunification of Germany. Now Germany became one country again 14 years ago. Now I would like to change the subject. Just in front of us, now we turn left, but in front of us there are historic remains of the city wall of the Middle East. We're from the 14th, 15th century. These are original parts of the former city wall. You know, in Europe, in the Middle East, nearly every city was surrounded by a city wall, of course for defense reasons. Yeah, Greater Berlin was formed, and then the population of Berlin was 4.2 million. 4.2 million living here in Berlin in pre-war period, more than today. But unfortunately, as a result of World War II and separation into East and West, the population became, after World War II, 2.5 million only, and again today 3.45 million. For example, the two helmets of the tower, the two helmets, they are quite new, they're from the early 19th century. But unfortunately, that church was also heavily destroyed during World War II and was redone. The reconstruction was finished in 1987. Yeah, 1987. Building in front of us, the Red Brick City Hall of Berlin. Of course, the seat of the city mayor. And this area marks the historic city center. Yeah, I told you. And now in front of us, the so-called Museums Island. Yeah, here we see the River Spree. At the right-hand side, the Jewish synagogue. Yeah, the round roof building, the Jewish synagogue, the biggest synagogue of Berlin that was built on the late 19th century, but unfortunately destroyed in 1938 during the Crystal Night and later on during World War II, and partly rebuilt as a memorial. At the right-hand side, the Berlin Dome, it might look old, and in front of us, this Palace Bridge. Yeah, in front of us, the bridge At the right-hand side, I told you it looks old, but it's not very old. It was built just 100 years ago. The Berliner Dome, the Berlin Cathedral, the biggest Protestant church. Yeah, the Lutheran church at the right-hand side. You see the relief with the statue of Martin Luther. You know, the leader of the Reformation in the beginning of the 16th century. At the left-hand side, the huge museum was opened in 1830. Yeah, the first museum that was opened here on the Museums Island in 1830. And in front of us, the old National Gallery. The old National Gallery that was built in the middle of the 19th century and opened in earlier times. It was a weapons store, an armory. Yeah, the big house at the left-hand side, the big of the king for crown prince and princess. Yeah, the crown prince and princess palace. Yeah, this is maybe the most important or most famous street in Berlin, the so-called Unter den Linden Boulevard, under the linden trees. There are no linden trees here, but in front of us, you see, up to Brandenburg Gate, okay, the linden trees are rolled up. Yeah, the very famous linden, Unter den Linden Boulevard. In the middle of the street, the horse statue showing us Frederick II. Frederick II was the most important Prussian king. We have so many Prussian kings, you know, about 3 square kilometers. That's the biggest green spot in the city center. Yeah, 3 square kilometers. And this is one of the city gates, and the others been destroyed. Only this one is left, the most important one, and that's why it became the symbolic landmark of Berlin, and that's why you can find it on the back side of our coins.
This is the Brandenburg Gate in East Berlin. Get a very clear picture of the horses and chariot, the Brandenburg Gate, column, and way down at this end is an obelisk. I can't see it now. This is the Reichstag building. German Parliament. It's getting ready for some celebration here. I don't know what it is. This is the obelisk, I guess. Way down at the end of the plaza. You can't see it, there's a big golden statue up on top. Can't tell what it is. This is Checkpoint Charlie. This is the barbed wire. Here's the sign. This is the U.S. Army check post. I guess this is really Checkpoint Charlie now, where we were over there.
I was trying to get a picture.
I don't know what.
Crying out loud.
Souvenir. The whiskeys. And the American. This is the airport.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eagle Square. The airport. I don't think we can see this, but can't get any closer. Couldn't read it anyway. These towers, are part of the memorial for the Berlin airlift from the Russian blockade. Commemorates the flyers and people who flew the planes that brought the goods into Germany. This is the Central Flugenhafen or something like that.
The main airport.
The main airport. If you can read it. I don't even see it. Oh, there it is. Leaving Estonia. Next place. St. Petersburg, Russia. Estonia. Way back there. This is the Bay of Finland or Channel of Finland. I don't know which it is. And the Baltic has been pretty rough. Can't feel it on the ship, but just looking outside, you can see the waves in the spray.
And the green and white building on the left is the Mariinsky Theater. It is also known in the world as the Kirov Opera and Ballet Theater. Many famous opera singers and ballet dancers performed there, including Shtokolov, Baryshnikov, Nijinsky, Karsavina, Ulana. It was founded by the Russian composer Anton Rubinstein. It was quite a difficult task for the time because they didn't have a special building dating from the 13th century up to the present days. So later the building of conservatoire was constructed in this square that is called the Theatre Square. There were 2 opera and ballet houses. We have a great number of drama theaters, We have theaters for youth, for children. We have a jazz philharmonic hall. So anyone who comes to St. Petersburg can find a place to go out in the evening. The city is very safe, and you can walk at nights. Particularly, you can see a lot of fast food restaurants and McDonald's. We have 19 of them in St. Petersburg. They are very popular among the children. This boundary in the 18th century. The bridge across the Moika River is called the Bridge of Kisses. They say that ladies used to say goodbye to their boyfriends here, hence the name of the bridge. And every time you cross this bridge, kiss each other. It's like lucky charm. Peter I wanted this city to resemble Venice and Amsterdam that he loved very much. Peter I invited the prominent architects from Europe to design the buildings here, and another name of St. Petersburg is the Museum on the Open Air. Across the river on the right, you can see the yellow building with white columns. It is the former palace royal family, which actually happened in 1918 when the family of Nicholas II was shot by the Bolsheviks in Siberia in the town of Yekaterinburg. We are driving along the street that is called Big Siemens Street. It goes parallel to another street that is called the Small Siemens Street. Both the streets were settlements of sailors, hence their names. On the building on the left, you can see the grey memorial plaque that reads that the famous Russian writer Vladimir Nabokov lived there before his emigration. Nabokov is famous for his novels Lolita, Pnin, Private Life of Sebastian, that were constructed for the Ministry of State Property. Now they house two research institutes, the Institute of Plant Breeding and Plant Protection. This street opens to the square that is called the St. Isaac Square. It is one of the central squares of St. Petersburg and one of the most beautiful squares. The architectural ensemble of the square was formed in the 19th century when they constructed all these buildings around, and it is dominated by St. Isaac's Cathedral. We are turning left, and in the center of this section of the square you can see the monument to Nicholas I. It's a good example of equestrian statue as it has only 2-point likeness with his wife and his 3 daughters. This section takes the whole width of the square and is 99.9 meters wide. The granite building ahead of the bus on the right from the monument to Nicholas I is the Hotel Astoria for Nicholas' daughter Maria. Now it is the seat of the city council.
Square, I don't remember what you said it was. Can't get back far enough to get a full shot, I guess.
Military college?
That one at the very end
I believe so. I'm not
is a
sure.
military college, and that's a statue of who? I forget who she said. I know the horse. The whole statue is just standing on the 2 hind legs of the horse. That's the only support. I thought that was pretty interesting. This is part of the square, and back behind us is a bunch of vendors selling different artifacts.
And there are over 4 million people in St. Petersburg. It's considered the second capital of Russia.
At one time it was the capital of Russia. On the dome, below the dome, are statues of angels all around the stone. And they're all, it looks like they're bronze or that green color. If it was brighter, we could see the statues better. They're really beautiful. But today's an overcast day, so that means not so great a picture. This is beautiful here, all the sculpture on the front of the church.
Where's the bed?
By the way, it's so the next will be the best.
Maybe.
Привет. Привет. It's hello.
We just found out that this is St. Isaac's Cathedral, and it's now a museum. Beautiful, all marble columns, stairs. Wonderful. This is still right in that square. Okay.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes. I was trying to find that Ernst & Young place. Oh, there it is.
Barclay de Tolly, the commanding generals of the Russian army during Napoleonic campaign. Kutuzov was buried there in 1813. The huge building on the left was constructed for Singer sewing machine. Peter I invited to Russia. At that time, this country was not famous for the local architects. It was later when Peter I sent them to study art and architecture to Italy, and at that time they came back. They wouldn't nowadays. The yellow building on the right was constructed as the Club for Noblemen. Now it houses the big Philharmonic Hall, named after Shostakovich. In the center of the garden there is the monument to Alexander, considered to be the poet #1 in Russian. To get there, we are driving along the garden street, and on the right we're approaching the red building, which is the former Michael's Castle. It was built for the Emperor Paul I. Paul was the son of Catherine the Great. He had many of persecution, that's why there were secret passages in this building. It was surrounded by a moat with drawbridges, but they couldn't save him because Paul I was assassinated and used as the parade and drill ground for the Russian troops. It was so dusty that was often referred to as the Russian Sahara Desert. Later, this square became the burial place of the leaders of the Communist Party and the victims of the Civil War. It was in 1957 when they lit the eternal...
This is the church. Beautiful.
Now that's what my idea of Russia is.
I know.
Beautiful church.
No, you charge me.
This is one of about 300 canals that go up in and out through the city of St. Petersburg. They have more canals than they do in Venice.
Little birdies here. Look. Something must be a baby.
Okay. Oh, yeah. These are little birds. Where is it? Little birds speaking in Russian. And I think they're saying Tweetski. Yeah, I just had it by my ear. More of the architectural style. I don't know what this is. It's something to do with this bridge on the canal, I think.
Was built to protect St. Petersburg. The fortress is dominated by St. Peter and Paul Cathedral, the building with a gilded spire. It is the highest point in St. Petersburg, as it is 122.5 meters high. Peter I wanted St. Petersburg to surpass Moscow in every respect. It was connected with bad memories of his childhood. That's why the tallest buildings were constructed here and the widest streets were laid out. The building on the left is a palace. It connects the mainland with Vasilievsky Island, the biggest of 42 islands of the city. Originally, St. Petersburg was built on 100 islands, but some of the canals were later filled in and there are 42 of them left. The green and white building on the left with a tower is the first museum of the city, called the Chamber of Curiosities. Peter I was a great admirer of rarities and he ordered to open a museum here. But at that time people didn't know what to do in museums, so to encourage them to visit it, Peter ordered to give a cup of coffee to every lady and a glass of vodka to every gentleman. And very soon it became one of the most popular places in the city. This is the Naval Museum. There are two red columns here. One of them is coming on the right. The pedestals are decorated with white statues representing four Russian rivers: the Volkhov, the Neva, the Dnieper, and the Volga. These columns are called rostral columns. Rostra is a Latin word meaning a prow of a ship. And they had a tradition in ancient Rome to erect such columns to commemorate victories at sea. During national festivities, gas torches are lit on top of these columns. And we're approaching the next photo stop. From this place you can have a nice panoramic view of the spit of Vasilievsky Island. You can see four buildings of the Hermitage Museum, and that boat that is on the right docked at the emblems of the sailing boats of Peter's time. We have a number of them in St. Petersburg, and they're used as cafes, restaurants, casinos, some entertainment places.
We're at a square near the Hermitage, which we're going to go to after lunch. Here's the ship. It's a replica of ships from St. Petersburg. the Great's time, but now it's a restaurant. It's a recreation, it's not an original. With a better view, we're on an island or something. It's called the Split, I think, something like that.
I'll never remember.
This is the Neb River.
Yes, Vasilivsky Island. All basil. Same basil. Spit. The spit. That
Spit.
place with red colors. That was the city harbor.
Oh,
And this is the best place to take a view of it. This place is very popular, so you can shoot some photographs and books. So it's one of the best sites. And the church on spilled blood is in distance.
Oh, yeah.
The Hermitage buildings, the Admiralty Spire.
the lion mast of the ship, a replica of the one used by Peter the Great. Get a picture of it. And like I said before, it's used as a restaurant, or it is a restaurant.
Ready? Was originally a German princess. You can see the ship again. Its name is Cruiser Aurora, named after the goddess of dawn, Aurora. They gave such poetic names to the battleships at the time.
It's the latest movie in town. Anybody recommends Tom Cruise?
The first railroad was constructed in 1837 to connect St. Petersburg with the Tsar's village. The summer royal residence that was constructed for Catherine I. She was the wife of Peter the Great. The building with the flat dome on the right is here not only on the road but on pedestrian road as well. The first floors of the buildings are taken by different shops, cafes, restaurants, casinos, bars, theaters, movie theaters, while the upper floors of the buildings are taken by different offices. All these buildings are the former palaces, and they were constructed usually for one family, but now they house different offices. The facades of these buildings are being renovated according to their original design, and all the buildings that are located in downtown, they are under the protection of the government. It means that nobody can change the design of the buildings, its decoration, even its color. So they have to keep the old design of the buildings. The Cathedral of Our Lady of the Zen is on the left.
I think we went by this.
It is made of limestone. On the right you can see the cafe that is called Sever or North. It is the place where they produce a very famous pastry in the city. The grey building on the left is known as Mertens House. It is a big fashion house. Along Pulkova Meridian. That's why one can set his watches at noon in good weather, because the buildings on both sides of the street don't cast any shadow at all. Bank. Now it houses Airfloat Agency. The building ahead of the bus in the beginning of Nevsky Prospect is the Admiralty with a sailing boat on its top. Here's a triumphal column called Alexander. The yellow building on the right from the column, the semicircular, is the general headquarters of the Russian army, and the green and white on the left from the column is the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace, 76 of them. That was typical for Baroque style to decorate buildings with statues, columns, different ornamentation. And Baroque style was the leading in the
there's a river.
So we driver to come closer to the entrance. So, but he will bring us to the main entrance of the museum, which faces the river, the Neva River, but the exit will be on the 18, and it will stay 18 till the end of the tour. Yes?
Can I take a cane in the museum?
Yes, you do. In the museum, you will be attacked by vendors trying to sell you books. Please don't stop for shops. Eat each other, so it is a kind of respect.
Inside the Hermitage, the first thing that you see empty is pass through security. That's Pete the Great. Oh, I am too. There's my chair.
In many rooms of the museum, you will see vases like this one made of different stones. This one is made of jasper. They were used only for decoration. No water, flowers, fountains, or food, just to decorate big rooms of the big palace. This room is called the Gallery of 1812, as it was decorated to glorify Russia's victory in the war with Napoleon of 1812. The English artist George Doe was invited to Russia to make the portraits of the Russian generals. But not all of them were alive by the end of the war. That's why they decided to leave empty frames covered with green silk with the names of the generals. They didn't have photography at that time. There are also ceremonial portraits here of Emperor Constantine, who served as the commanding general of the Russian army during that war, and that is the portrait of Alexander I, who defeated Napoleon. This room has recently been restored, and that's why it has such a beautiful ceiling designed in Grisile technique. It is the French for grey, and the main idea of this technique was to produce the impression of volume. But this is the painting.
Here's my other chair. Have to keep moving.
Yes. So in some museums we put on slippers to protect the parquet floors, but in this museum they say that the dust from slippers spoils the paint, and they sacrifice floors and sacred paintings that are there. But they put some protective layer over these floors, and this is the throne place that has recently been restored. This room has another name, St. George's Room, as there is a bas-relief of St. George fighting a dragon above the throne place. He's considered to be one of the most esteemed saints in the Russian Orthodox Church. The chandeliers are decorated with double-headed eagles, the emblem of Russian Empire, as this room was used for official ceremonies. And there is another interesting fact that the parquet floor has absolutely the same pattern as the ceiling. So actually the ceiling is reflected in the floor. This room is used nowadays, and some months ago it was the Russian President Putin who had a meeting with his ministers. He didn't take that chair.
Somebody's there. We better get going.
That's where you could just go in.
Get a lot of glare. Golden peacock. This is all done in mosaic tile. Okay. This urn made out of malachite. I guess turning it sideways doesn't work right.
To be one of the biggest in the museum, as it takes 30 rooms and covers the period from the 13th century up to the late 18th centuries, including the period
too close.
For a long time, the painting was not exhibited in the museum. It was kept in the storerooms of the Hermitage until 1998, that was the jubilee of the artist. The painting was restored and was brought to Italy, where it became #1 in the catalogue of Giulio Romano's works. There are many details in this painting that make it possible to read it. For example, a dog. Can you see it on the right? A dog is the symbol of family life. The dog here stops the woman servant from warning her mistress that her husband is coming. The number of keys on the servant's belt, a key is a male symbol, tell us how many boyfriends this lady had. And the cat in the middle, it is the symbol of evil forces. And there are some erotic scenes on the wood carving of the bed. Everything is original, which makes this museum one of the best museums and special. Of course, and the collection is considered to be priceless. There are not only paintings and furniture, but the interior themselves. This is called To depict a beautiful woman, I need to find a lot of beautiful women. But as there are a few beautiful women, and as there are a few true judges, I take a certain idea and introduce it into my work. So looking at the faces of Madonna and Joseph, we can see that they are rather typical than individual.
To some degree, I did.
In this room you can see the work by Michelangelo. It is called The Crouching Boy. It is the only work by this great artist, this great master in the Hermitage Museum. They say that this sculpture was the result of a bet, when Michelangelo said that he could fit a figure of a boy into a marble cube. And he managed to do that. Though roughly shaped and not polished, this sculpture reveals the talent of this great master. And if you walk around, you will see that it is even more impressive from behind with all the muscles. It is called the lute player. For a long time, they thought that that was a girl who was depicted on this painting, but they managed to read this pose, and they found out that that was a romance for male voice. So this is a boy, not a girl. Caravaggio was the artist who used a special light in his paintings, and later this technique was borrowed by other masters and came into the history of art as Caravaggism.
Hard to take pictures. We're on the move every minute.
There.
This looks like
Philip the Fourth was a great
Jacob
admirer of Velasquez's works, and they say that he had a key from his studio and his own chair where he used to sit and watch Velasquez's works. And this is the picture. As Danae was the daughter of the king of Argos, whose name was Acrisius. Once he was predicted, came to the museum and threw acid onto this painting. And 80% of it was damaged. It was an ordinary Sunday day, no one expected this, and the first thing they did, they just brought water to pour it over the painting to wash the acid off. And then they started restoration that lasted for 10 years. It's difficult to say whether it is Rembrandt or the work of restorers because the great part of the painting was damaged. It was, the man was arrested and he was kept in a mental hospital. It was an interview with him some months ago and he was not sorry at all about what he had done. They say that he came to the museum many times and every time he came he asked what was the most expensive painting. And someone pointed at this one. So they put some protective. Rembrandt's second wife, whose name was Jenny Stoffel, who sat for this painting. She came to his house as a housemaid, but later they got married, not officially, because Saskia left all her money only on one condition, not to marry again. So it was Rembrandt's invention to put in light colors the most important things in his paintings. Thus the cradle, the Bible, Madonna's face and the angels are painted in light colors. And somewhere on the background we can see the figure of Joseph. Return of the prodigal son. Once a man had two sons, one was a righteous boy, but another one left the family and spent all his money in loose living. He was starving and was about to come back and become his father's servant. But when he came back, his father was so glad to...
Canadian garden. Beautiful.
The room is used for temporary exhibitions, and there is one of them that they arranged last week. Tom Thompson.
Get a name.
Tom Thompson. Tom decorated the staircase in his house leading to the second floor. And when the visitors went up the staircase, keeping their eyes on figures, the figures seemed to be set in motion. And this is one of the principles of revolution. This painting was on a tour to Italy some months ago and was arrested there. Just by El Greco in his blue period. Some paintings are coming from his cubistic period when he thought that every object could be rendered through different geometrical forms.
Picasso. Pablo Picasso. I don't know what style.
Musical instrument.
Oh, musical instrument. Rainy day in Paris.
Kandinsky was the master of abstract number 2. This one is 5. This one is 6. Kandinsky wrote that Kazimir Malevich worked in the beginning of the 20th century. He was the leader of the group that was called Suprematists, and he was looking for the perfect form for the perfect.
This is called Black and White.
Here of Euro canvas and the showcases on the tables. The room has a beautiful parquet floor and the decoration on the mantelpiece. From some distance it looks like painting, but if you come closer you will see that it is assembled of very small pieces of smoke. This is how they made such mosaics. At first the box was filled in with plaster and the artist made the outlines of the future drawing. Then small pieces of plaster were taken off and replaced with smoke. Smoke is the mixture of glass and metal or metal oxide to obtain some special.
Items, the so-called gems of the Hermitage Museum. And now we're coming back to the port. So as you can see, the weather has changed and it's raining. But it is typical weather for St. Petersburg. It always rains.
The Hermitage on the other side. This is where we went in about 2.5 hours ago. Beautiful. Too close to get a wide angle view.
We asked our guide.
We had a guide and a backup guide on the bus. The backup was to watch the guide.
Yeah, of the inspection.
That's it. Great.
Of course. Went out during intermission.
Yeah.
How was your day? Great. Did you enjoy these 2 days in St. Petersburg, Russia? Would you come again and visit them?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, are you ready for a great show?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So please put your hands together and help me welcome on stage the St. Petersburg part of the Russian military ensemble.
Разливала стоянка певучая, плыл мотив над речною излучиной, над полями летел, над причалами, над дворами летел постоянными, над соборами летел, над заборами, над лабазами плыл, над базарами. И плясали задорно и здорово всей России веселую
Старые
Вдоль по улице метелица мечом, за метелицей мой миленький идет. Ты постой, постой, красавица моя, дай мне наглядеться, радость на тебя. Красоту, на твое лицо, на девичье лицо. Ты постой, постой, красавица моя, дай мне наглядеться, радость на тебя. Красота твоя с ума меня свела и сушила добромолодца меня. Ты постой, постой, красавица моя, дай мне наглядеться, радость на тебя.
Солнца нема, красные девки свели меня с ума. Выйду на улицу, гляну на село, девки гуляют, и мне весело. Выйду на улицу, гляну на село, девки гуляют, и мне весело. Матушка родная, дай воды холодной, сердце мое, как и кидает в жар. Раньше я гулял в зеленом саду, думал, на улицу века не пойду. А теперь, как вечер, так пятки горят, ноженьки резвые в пляску хотят. Я пойду на улицу, к девкам пойду, голосом звонким я им подпою. Матушка, слышишь, соловушка поет, а там под горою пляска идет. Девки голосистые звонко поют, мне добру молодость спать не дают. Девки голосистые звонко поют, спать не
Живет моя отрада в высоком тему, а в терем тот высокий нет хода никому. А в терем тот высокий нет хода никому. Я знаю, красотки, есть сторож у крыльца, но не загородит дорогу молодца. Войду я к милостерям и брошусь в ноги к ней. Была бы только ночка, да ночка потемней. Была бы только ночка, да ночка потемней. Была бы только ночка, да ночка потемней. Была бы только тройка, да тройка порезвей. Была бы только тройка, да тройка порезвей.
красной девицей. Добрый молодец с красной девицей. словно проснулась пугливо. Пережитого стало мне жаль. Пусть же кони с распущенной гривой, с бубенцами умчат меня вдаль. Слышу звон бубенцов издалека, это тройки знакомый разбег, а вокруг расстелился широко белым саваном искристый снег. Пусть ямщик свою песню затянет, ветер станет ему подпевать. Что ушло, никогда не настанет. Так зачем горевать? Слышу звон бубенцов издалека, это тройки знакомый распев, а вокруг расстелился широко белым саваном искристый снег. Звон бубенчиков трепетно может возвратить пережитого тень, мою русскую душу встревожить и стряхнуть мою русскую лень. Слышу звон бубенцов издалека, это тройки знакомый распев, а вокруг расстелился широко белым саваном искристый снег. Слышу звон бубенцов издалека, это тройки знакомый распев, а вокруг расстелился широко белым саваном искристый снег.
Соседний сад, там смуглянка, молдаванка собирает виноград. Я краснею, я бледнею, захотелось вдруг сказать: станем над рекой, зорьки летние встречать. Раскудрявый гром зеленый листвизной, я влюбленный, да и смущен перед тобой. Клен зеленый, да клен кудрявый, да раскудрявый лесной. Раскудрявый, да клен зеленый листвизной, я влюбленный, да и смущен перед тобой. Клен зеленый, да клен кудрявый, да раскудрявый лесной. А смуглянка, молдаванка отвечала парню Влад: партизанский, молдаванский, забираем мы отряд. Нынче рано партизаны дом покинули родной, ждет тебя дорога, партизанов лес густой. Смуглянка, молдаванка по тропинке в лес ушла, кто на виду он увидел, что с собой не позвала. О смуглянке, молдаванке часто думал по ночам. Вновь свою смуглянку он в отряде повстречал. Раскудрявый, поклен зеленый, срезной, заводила, песню заводила, про седого сизого орла, про того, которого любила, про того, чьи письма берегла, про того, которого любила, про того, чьи письма берегла. Ой, ты песня, песенка девичья, ты летишь за ясным солнцем свет, и бойцо на дальнем пограничье от Катюши передай привет. И бойцо на дальнем пограничье от Катюши передай привет. Пусть вспомнит девушку простую, пусть услышит, как она поет, пусть он землю бережет родную, а любовь Катюша сбережет. Пусть он землю бережет родную, а любовь Катюша сбережет.
сосною, под зеленою, спать положите вы меня. Спать положите вы меня. Калинка, калинка, калинка моя, саду ягода, малинка, малинка моя. Красавица, душа девица, полюби же ты меня.
Yeah, that worked out great. What is it? What is it reading? Yeah, you doing nervous?
It says Port Helsinki, I think. Yeah, she should.
Your mom's not working.
Norwegian Dream. There's a flag.
Well, yes, so you know where you are, but isn't it so that very often we say that Finland, isn't that the small country way up in the north? In the north, yes. But Finland, as a matter of fact, is one of the largest European countries. This is when we're thinking the size of our country. It really is. Our neighboring towns like Sweden and Russia, and then also France, Spain, and Germany, they are larger countries than Finland. But we could say, on the other hand, it's a small country, after all, because we are only some 5.2 million people here. So we have lots of room for all of us. That's a place, and here in Helsinki, which is our capital city, here larger cruise ships are coming, and then also larger container ships, so ocean liners, and then there are some ferry boats that are departing from the West Harbor to Tallinn to Estonia. But closer to us, this is one of the art museums. It's called the Sinetrukov Art Museum. And then also an older building from the 19th century we can see here on our left-hand side. And this is from 1870s, and this is the Alexander Theater. But when it was built, it was kind of like a Russian theater. But anyway, during the 20th century, almost the entire 20th century, that building was our national opera house. So a bit more about our industrial life. Helsinki is more or less like a business and trade town, trade city, but still we could say in all of Finland generally is an industrial country. Even though more than half of us we are working different kind of a service business around here. But it's not only the shipbuilding, but it's also something else like buses. So these buses are Finnish bus. We have those Swedish engine. And then also Finnish truck and things like that. Finnish cars don't exist, but we used to manufacture here the Saab 900 convertibles. And at the moment we are building the Boxster, the Porsche convertible. And it was also last week in the newspaper that they are going to start building manufacturing the newest model of Boxster here in Finland too. But we have a lot in this country is forest, and therefore no wonder that forestry here is a big business. So pulp, paper, wood, furniture, and 2 European countries are our main clients, and these countries are Germany and Great Britain. The Germans, they buy a lot of pulp from us, but the major British newspapers are printed on the Finnish paper. And once in a while, the planes, when you go hiking or fishing, you need to have good rubber boots and this is no advertising, you know the company name. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this is now a little bit orientation. Here now on the right hand side, you see these buses here. That's the only place where you can catch the shuttle bus going back to the ship. So it's just next to the theater, Swedish theater building. And the street where we are at the moment, so all those we can find here in the city center.
And next to it there's
And the city center is so small that it's easy to walk from one place to another. This street is called the Mannerheim Street, Mannerheimintie. So it's northbound that we are now driving at the moment. Written by a Finnish author, Väinö Linna, L-I-N-N-A, Linna. And in this book, Linna is telling about the Finnish soldiers, a whole soldier troop, how they were fighting against the Russians there in Karelia by the border, and how they could found that cooperation to do it. Even they had different backgrounds and different characters, different age, but they found that one book, so I don't know if you are familiar with Finnish literature, maybe I could continue with that subject a little bit. And our national author is Alexis Kivi. That's an easy name to remember. K-I-V-I, not with a W, K-I-V-I. And Alexis Kivi lived during the 19th century, and many of his novels, they've been translated into several languages, some of them even over 30 languages. And one of his books is called The Seven Brothers. Seven Brothers, and in this book, Kivi is telling about these young men, how they live out there in the countryside, and how they go to the school to learn to read and write, and it's very difficult for them, and always keep fighting with the neighbor village boys. There is a little bit romance in that book too, so it's really a fun book. So The Seven Brothers by Alexis Kivi. And then we cannot forget to mention our national epic, and that one is Kalevala, K-A-L-E-V-A-L-A, Kalevala. And Kalevala consists of all traditional songs, poems, stories that were gathered together to be in one book. And they are from the time of the mythology, so everything is written also in poem rhyme. And when you read Kalevala, maybe once, twice, or 3 times, then next time when you will be listening to the music, you have a chance to see some paintings made by Finnish painters like Akseli Gallen Kalela. So the music or the paintings, they are telling the stories from Kalevala. So when you know the story already, it is easier to understand what's happening in the paintings or in that piece of art. You know the name, and you probably know also some of his music, like Finlandia, Walstrister, Swan of Tuonela, which is a story from Kalevala, and many symphonies and piano music, songs, or 1%. All right, off we go.
Famous monument dedicated to some composer. Whoever it was.
Pardon?
The composer.
Yes, Sibelius.
Sibelius. Oh, okay.
You know the piece Finlandia? He wrote that. You would know it if you heard it.
Oh. And I guess this is Sibelius right here. Part of this monument. She's crowding up in front. I don't know what that is.
Something off in the distance.
Yeah. This is quite a monument to Sibelius. Sibelius. There she goes. Going up. Wave. What? Code. Here's the kids. Finnish kids, that's their playground, a tree that fell down. And now they're all trying to chop it up and take it home for firewood. Walking on it. The simplest things amuse the children. There's a whole big old playground right over here somewhere, right in there. And they chose to play on a fallen tree. That's more fun. This up of the pipes or tubes that make up this
The tribute to Sibelius.
total monument. I don't think there's any specific design on or pattern, but the whole thing together is quite a piece of art. Sibelius wrote violin concertos, and later on in the bus they're going to tell us why the monument was made with what appeared to be pipe organ tubes. See you later. Oh, this is a man who apparently loves to feed the birds, and they're mainly ducks, and probably pigeons included. Go ahead. It's all right. This must be one that's had its fill those seeds, so I was looking around for something else. Bye, birdies. Bye, Birdman of Finland. Scene of the monument, as the woman says, to Sibelius.
So we have now a different kind of opinions, but that's good. That's good that it really gave you some ideas. And we all know this, that the nature inspired Sibelius to make the music, and therefore when we are playing with the imagination, so we see the forest or the trees over there, or the icicles, or the waterfalls, or maybe even Aurora Borealis, Northern Lights. So it could be that one too. Yeah. But what the artist, what she wanted to express with this one, this monument, is music. So she wanted to symbolize Sibelius' music over there. So we could say it's kind of like a musical scale, so musical notes, or highs and lows. But interesting piece of art, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And Mrs. Hilton now thought that she was 82. A good age already, you could say. But we are now going to try into the nature as well. So it is the Finno-Ugrian language. Finno-Ugrian language, and there are some 20 nations that are speaking one of these languages. So we are in the same language family with the Estonians, Hungarians, the Sami people, so the Laplanders, then Karelians, then there are Maris and Komis and Handis and Mandis and Ostiaks, Wojciaks, Urkunds. Do you know these? No, you do. And two of them even, they live in Siberia, so on the other side of the Ural Mountains. And how come we are in the same language family is, this is what we were taught in the school. We used to be neighbors. We used to live very close to Ural Mountains, River Volga. And then by the big nation movements, so then Hungarians, maybe they were more farmers, they went south, and Finnish people at that time were still hunters and fishermen, so they came here to the north. So that's how we got separated. Nowadays they've done some new research work from our roots, that where we come from. They say that probably we who live here, so we came from the area that's nowadays, it's the northern Germany, Poland, so the coast of Baltic Sea, and we just picked up the language from the people who were here before us. Well, who knows? But before we will speak a little bit of our language, then I would also like to point out in this neighborhood, it's not only picnicking here, but also we have here some couple of museums. And for instance, on the left-hand side, that is an island over there. There's a white bridge leading into that island, and that is Seurasaari Island. Seurasaari is called. It's an open-air museum, and we have there old wooden houses, wooden cottages, even old wooden church, entire farmyard, and they are brought there from different parts of the country. So in all, we could say this is kind of like a folklore center over there. We are not going to have a stop here at all, but that is one place to do a little picnic and to go and see all these houses and the buildings over there. And also here now while we are traveling, so you will see there are some old wooden houses, wooden villas, and those used to be in summer places, but I guess nowadays people live in those permanently nowadays, as this is not any more countryside like it was 100 years ago. But so back to the language a little bit. So about this Finnish language, how really to speak it. There was already earlier a question that is Finnish easy language to learn to speak, and I say yes.
Museum on the
why I say
other
yes
side of the
is
bridge
that
on the island.
Finnish language is 100% phonetic writing. And if we compare it that with English pronunciation and spelling, so this is much, much easier. And then we always have the press on the first syllable, so it's kind of like a, how could I say, a monotone language. And grammar-wise, it is also easy. First of all, we don't have any articles, no gender. And if you know German, Spanish, Italian, French, you always have to remember feminine or masculine word. So we don't have that. So that's easy too, isn't it? Neither we have any prepositions. And if you know some German, you know how many prepositions they have. Enough. Yes, they have them enough, yes. So easy language so far. But there is a little difficulty, of course, in our language too, and that is that instead of prepositions, we have endings. Endings, and that is that there are 14 cases with 14 endings, and that's the difficulty. I will give you a couple examples how it goes with the endings in the bus, or in the hotel, in the bank, or from the bank, or from the bus, and like that. So I give you these first. Like the bus is bussi, yes, and then we have hotelli, pankki, posti. You understand these words, don't you? They are international words. And being in the hotel or in the bus, so in is an ending double S-A, so it will be bussissa, hotellissa, pankissa, postissa. And then when you are stepping out from the bus or from the hotel, from the bank, then from is S-T-A at the end, so then it will be bussista, hotellista, pankista, postista. So logical, isn't it? Yes. But yeah, now you know the two of them, and 12 more to go, and next time we will continue. Sisu means inner strength, guts, stamina. I would say it's a proper word. So one way or the other, you're making it happen. So that is what sisu means. And if you have that sisu, then you can learn Finnish as well. And another word to learn here when you will be exploring Helsinki on your own this afternoon is to say thank you, right? Even though most of the people here, they speak English as well. But anyway, and thank you in Finnish is kiitos. K-I-I-T-O-S, kiitos. That's the easy word, isn't it? Yeah. And such a word as please doesn't exist. No please at all. We say can you, could you. We find it polite and friendly enough. And I hope that you'll find us free. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Cold here.
And then other places where there are lots of people, might happen that somebody will step on your toes, you will bump into someone, and then we should say I'm sorry. Or in Finnish, I'm sorry. But you don't hear that word over here. You rather hear another word, and that is, that's right, whoops. Same word in Finnish, hupsis, H-U-P-S-I-S. So with kiitos and hupsis, you shouldn't have any problem at all.
What was the first one?
Kiitos.
Kiitos and hupsis.
Oh, this is not going to be difficult when you're in a store and you want to know how much something costs, and then you ask paljonko maksaa.
Paljonko maksaa.
Yes. That is then already difficult. Use English.
Yeah.
But there was earlier also a question about our houses and like that. So these are mostly, we could say, condominium buildings. So we live condominium is about 150,000 euros. So that will be about 180,000 US dollars. And that's quite a lot of money. And as this is the average, so there are neighborhoods that we pay more than double to the average, over 300,000 for the same size. So here it's always when you're buying the place, so then you will be, the price will be given by square meters here.
Yeah, McDonald's.
And then maybe you ask why we buy the place instead of renting the place. Well, there is very good reason for that. In Helsinki, we don't have enough places to rent. And besides, I have to admit this, that the rents are too high. Rents are too high, so that same 70 square meter apartment city prices, And then also we need to know a little bit how much people earn.
I can't.
So what the salaries are. And in Finland at the moment, so according to the statistics, the monthly average salary here in Finland is about 2,400 euros. I say now in euros, then you can calculate it. So Helsinki City Museum there to the left. They just the parliament here in Finland, and we have there 200 MPs who are representing years.
I don't think I can get it.
No.
Well,
The president we elect here every 6 years.
Yeah.
Veto right. Veto right, right? No, she can. Veto, yes.
Something for a gum.
Now, and we are now taking you to a Lutheran church. And this Lutheran church was also made in the 60s, like that Sibelius monument that we saw earlier. This was then completed 2 years later. This was ready in 1969. And the architects were two Finnish brothers, Timo and Tuomo, so there are no steps at all. And the dome is made of copper with roof windows. Inside the ceiling is bent copper wire, 22 kilometers, so that's almost 14 miles. And you know maybe how plain and empty Lutheran churches are. They don't have much decoration.
Local people
This church doesn't need
hanging
to have
around
a
on the
decoration
corner.
because it's making it itself.
Yeah,
All
with
this
his
red
friend.
granite, the stone over here, is making the decoration
You
over
figure
here.
out which one's the
And
local
the
and which is the
architects, the
friend.
architect brothers who designed this church, they really managed with something.
This is a church that was built inside the rock. It was excavated, dynamited, so it's a Lutheran church. Wow. Ceiling looks like a copper dome. Big pipe organ right over there.
And right here.
That's the altar up there. Really pretty, huh? Here's the altar. Balcony up there. There's the organ. It's actually the organ right here. The other that I described so wonderfully was actually a piano. And then there's the pipes. This actually was a built Olympic Stadium. Built in 1938, or before 1938, and because of the war, the Olympics was canceled in Japan and that area. It was supposed to come here, and then the Germans caused that to not happen. So it was also the result of a war that the Olympics were held here. This is the Flying Finn. A runner won 8 gold medals. Paavo Nurmi. 8 gold medals in track and field.
I think we're done.
The unofficial message I just got was that he won 9 gold medals. So excuse me for making a mistake. Bye, Paavo.
All the natives.
This is near the center of town, I think. Renovation. Looks like renovation.
I was listening
going
up. Do
on
I
in all
hear
the
music
country.
someplace? And I really do. You know, there is somebody playing, what do you call that? You know, the Scottish, what is it?
Bagpipes?
Bagpipes, yeah, on the right, and it's in the corner. Here we are passing by one of our open markets. We have a few of those here, and it's a very traditional place to buy fish and vegetables, fruit, flowers, berries, and then later on we will also pass by our main market where we also sell handicrafts and souvenirs, and that is actually then the place. You know, the 19th century, everything then changed. And not only here in Helsinki, but something changed here in Finland too, so the entire country. And we have to look now a little bit wider what happened elsewhere in Europe, early 19th century. And I'm sure that you all remember that at that time in France, there was this little... We all remember how he was fighting against the Englishmen. He wanted to isolate England, and he wanted that everybody else should be on his side. But Sweden and Finland at that time had lots of trade together with the Englishmen, so it was very logical that we said no to that war. And what happened then? Napoleon wasn't our friend anymore, and they say that he promised that the Russian Tsar Alexander I, you know him, don't you? Yes. That if Alexander will have a war against Sweden, so he could have Finland for that. And so it really happened. We had here that Finnish war into year 1808, and after that short war, 1809, Finland was ceded to Russia. But before I tell you now further what happened then, if you now look there to your left, you see those big ships, the yellow, black, and white, and blue ones? Those ships, yes. Finnish speciality, they are icebreakers. They are important because the sea freezes here every winter, and so they are keeping the way open so that the other ships can sail. Well, both of them, so yellow and black and white and blue ones, or gray and blue ones. There are 6 of them over there, and in addition to these 6, we have 3 multi-usable icebreakers. But they are now working something else. They are now also here doing preparations for the next coming winter vacation. We have neoclassical style, or the empire style. Well, yellow and black are the empire colors. And then the statue that you notice that is there standing in the middle of the square, Russian Tsar Alexander II. And why we have a statue for him is that we would like to thank him. He was ruling Russia then in 1860s, 70s. He was assassinated later on in 1881, but he was very kind to us. And for instance, then in 1860s, Finnish language became to be an official language. Until that, he used the only Swedish. Today, we have both of them, Finnish and Swedish. Then we started to use our money, Finnish marks and pennies and stamps, which we have lost because we changed to euros a couple of years ago. And I think that all of us, we think that, well, those are normal things to have. But that was the start for the national feeling. So we might say that he's the man who gave us our freedom, not directly, but started the national feeling among us over here. And also what else he did, he stopped the slavery in Russia, and when we put the years together in the history, he also sold Alaska, and you know to who. Well, it was a bargain, but anyway, so it's up to you if he was a nice fellow or not, but that's the same man, Alexander II, the Russian Tsar. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you do your morning exercise, and there are 3 possibilities to do it. first thing, you go down back to the square, take a picture with Alexander, you climb up the 47 steps to the upper level.
Yeah, right.
Then you go maybe to see into the church. Or then you go up here and to the right, there are less steps to do, but it's anyway worthwhile because you can see the square with the building so beautiful in front of you. And then you go down the 47 steps. The easiest way is to go to the next corner, to the right, and then there's the driveway and the ramp. Then you'll have only 5 steps to go into the church. And now it's almost 11:30. I have 12:30. Yeah, almost 11:30. So we could stay here 20 minutes. So 10 to 12, right? Right. 20 minutes. So you.
This is a Lutheran cathedral. This is a government building over here. I'm standing at the top of the cathedral steps. I think she said that was part of city government over there. Where is it? And over there is the smokestack from our ship. Funnel. And I forget who this statue is a monument of. This is the house inside the Helsinki Lutheran Cathedral, where the pulpit is. Beautiful, huge pipe organ. Martin Luther. Stop, wait on. The altar. This brickwork, when you're walking, drives you crazy, makes you dizzy. There's Barbara down there. She's going to take my picture while I'm photographing her.
Nowadays, this cultural space is used, for instance, by the scientific societies, and so they have their seminars and lectures. Then sometimes our government has their... We are making now a left turn, then you're able to see that building on your right-hand side. And it's right over here. And this is the oldest stone house in Helsinki, and this was built first in the middle of the 18th century. And then here on the right, at this dark brown building, this is then our residence building for our Lord Mayor. Then the house of the nobility. We still have some noble families here in Finland, about 120 noble families, but they don't have any privileges. Finland Cathedral, this was built here during the Russian time in 1860s. They say it's one of the largest Orthodox churches in Western Europe. And so we are making a right turn, and then we'll come here to the end.
And
No.
The other choice for the stop is the ship, because right after that we are then going back to the ship. So the shuttle bus is through the Esplanade Park to the right now, where there are the shops and the park. So that's at the other end you will find the shuttle bus. So where the Swedish theater is, other end, where you remember the Swedish next time. And today, well, she is the most popular girl in town. You know, in Copenhagen they have the Little Mermaid. We have Amanda, so she's our girl.
not our ship.
And that is also because you are passing by here, so also cruise ships, electric cruise ships. Every summer here, they stop here for a day. And here to the left, so all of the islands where you see these nice wooden houses with the villas, and so there are some restaurants. And then this area that we have on our right-hand side, so up here further, so that is one of those areas that we call the diplomatic part of town. We have there a few embassies, like Brazilian and Italian embassies, also the American embassy, British embassy, and the French embassy. They are located up there on that neighborhood. So very nice area. They have some of them have a very good view here to the sea, to the Gulf of Finland. Then there are also some few other areas where we have more embassies located, so not only here. But as we are now following the shoreline and going, so heading ourselves to the West Harbor area, then here on the left-hand side we now see the islands. That is an island group, and there are 5 islands, and that is our big sea fortress, Suomenlinna Sea Fortress, and this was built already here during the Swedish time, so they started this construction work in the middle of the 18th century. And it was a military base in all some 200 years. And since 1933 it is an open Indian area. And from the market square we have then a ferry boat, a motorboat connection to the fortress.
They have some beautiful little parks all along here. Shoppers, or it's a person walking back to
Here
the
we're passing
ship.
by one of our public parks. And yes, by the way, we're going to have average temperature here is about 18, 20 centigrade, so that's about 68, 70 in Fahrenheit. And we could have here days that it goes over 25, even up to 30, so 80, 85. But normally here, it's even when it's a heat wave, it's dry air, so it's comfortable here. And besides, here in Helsinki, we always have the breeze from the sea. It doesn't rain. So our annual rainfall is very low. So here it doesn't rain that much. If we compare, for instance, how much it rains on the Alps in Austria and Switzerland, they get more than double as much rain as what we get here. But this summer has been exceptional. We have had double as much rain as normal here this summer, but it's all over in Europe. It's been very rainy. Actually, we haven't had the heat wave here this summer at all. Here in the south, in Lapland, yes, that was the hottest spot in Lapland. They had very pretty, but expensive students. But studying is not free anyway that way, because you have to buy all the books, there are exams you have to pay for a living, so all that. So many of the students, they have either maybe a part-time job or maybe they take credits or loan from the bank for their studies. And from the younger generation, we could say this, that more to take Swedish if they started with another one at the beginning, because Swedish is the second official language here, so you have to take Swedish at least minimum for 3 years in the school.
This is good of you. Oh, you take it.
There we are, Helsinki, latitude 60 degrees, 10 minutes north, longitude 24 degrees, 57 minutes east.
Welcome to sunny Helsinki. Helsinki.
Not too far from the Arctic Circle. This is Barbara cruising. Wait. Stockholm, Sweden.
The outer islands.
All the little homes right along the shore.
And some not so little.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's nice right there, isn't it? They got that little shanty there. I wonder what that is. The outhouse? Oh, that's a big place there. Then there's
Maybe
another
it's
one
not
way
a
up
home.
in the back.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's a lodge
There's
or
something kind of a sign. No, that's a window. It's beautiful, of the forest or woods or whatever you want to call it on these islands. There's a bunch of boats there.
And that's where this is, on the outer islands. We still have over 2 hours till we get to Stockholm.
Along the shore of one of the many islands in Stockholm. I don't know what that building is. Somewhere here I saw, oh there they are. Two geese or swans, or this is geese.
Maybe we should go to the other side, you think?
Okay. Icebreaker. I imagine they need it here. starboard side of the ship now. Before we were on the port. Seems to be warmer on the starboard side. This is where we came from, right through that inlet there. It got pretty narrow. See it very well. Need more daylight. Daylight hours are short here at this time of year. As a matter of fact, we're coming in later and leaving earlier so they can navigate through the archipelago. Back over on the cold side now, port, as some people call it if they're in the Navy. And here's a sample of all the little, or well, maybe not so little homes along the shoreline. People have docks so they can go out fishing. But it's this heavy growth of trees right down on the shoreline is the home. The dock there's no boat. And it looks like a lot of stairs to climb to get to wherever that goes. Way here somewhere. There it is. That's a long ways to go fishing. There's the first Swedes we've seen. Speed. Cold out here.
It is cold.
We opted to go inside. And it's not quite as cold in here. People walking.
Narrow.
I'm getting a lot of reflection.
Oh, you better go out.
What flag?
Yeah, you're almost. Are you on it?
I don't see any
Well,
flag.
take the camera away for a minute.
You mean on the ship?
No, it's on the land.
People keep going by here. That must be some little boathouse or something for the house, bigger house in the back. Cruise ship going in ahead of us. I think it's a cruise ship. It looks like it. And I think we're following it. and on the other side of that island there. Come on, clear up. We just came from, see our wake, way back over in there, through that little inlet there, around that island.
What?
Another not so little house, but they have a little teeny boat. This is the boathouse. I think this is another icebreaker. Most of the places are painted either red or yellow. A few pinks, but not very many. Come on. This is a cute little place. Typical Swedish life. Your yacht down by your boathouse, up by your beautiful house with a big veranda and a garden out in front.
Pan over that way into the inlet.
And what am I looking at? Oh. Excuse the sniffles, but it's cold out here, and it's hard to refrain from sniffing your nose. All the little islands before you get into Stockholm itself. Covered them. I forget how many islands they said are surrounding Sweden, or maybe Stockholm. I don't know. Somebody has a place on that little island right there. And there's their typical little boathouse. Well, a lot of blurry raindrops. I was trying to get a shot of that cruise ship.
No, they just washed the windows.
Oh, there it is. So I guess we're not following it. There's some big, huge tower over here. I don't know what that is. Bunch of people along shore there. Or, no, I guess not. This thing keeps going out of focus. There's somebody walking down there on the shore. Comes a speedboat. Local bus. Another jogger. Towers everywhere. We must have turned some more. Trying to get a picture of this thing. Come on, focus. Looks like there's structure and reconstruction going on. Holiday in Sweden for about 5 hours. Clock tower, probably a church. Now we're on vacation in Sweden. You know, looks like the same clock tower. I think that was a church, though. Focusing on the raindrops. Biskopsudden. Oh, Biskopsudden. Whatever that means. This is really close in. I think we're getting pretty close to the dock now. We're supposed to dock at 9:45 and it's 9:30 now. So now we have to go up and meet our excursion.
600 times like the others, so it will be easier for you to find back to the bus afterwards. Okay?
Harley Davidson one.
So, have you ever been in Stockholm before?
No.
No. Oh. Have you been in Copenhagen?
No.
No. In Helsinki then?
Yes.
Okay. How did you like Helsinki? Okay, but now, you know, now you're in the most beautiful city in the world. And is there anybody from Canada here? Yeah? Oh, nice. I like Canada. I've been in Banff, Rocky Mountains National Park. And there I met the Canadians, and when it was raining there, I was... Anyway, now we are in Stockholm, Södermalm. Södermalm is the biggest island of Stockholm, and this is the one here where we are right now. And you have come with your cruise ship right into the heart. This is where Stockholm's history started. When they burned down our city, stole our women and so on. You can imagine that we didn't like that, right? And so there was a very smart person, and his name was Birger Jarl. And he said, well, instead of protecting every little city in the Lake Mälaren area, we protect the entrance and the exit to the lake. And by putting a small fortress up here on the hill, on the highest spot of this... This is the boat, which is a copy now of the Vikings boats they used to have in about 1,000, 1,300 years ago. Well, and just to finish the story about the building of Stockholm, when they founded it, when this person, Birger Jarl, when he said, well, we built a fortress here, that was in the year 1250, more or less. So in the 1250s, and we usually take the year 1252 as the foundation of Stockholm. So on your right you see many boats. Look at the houses on your left. Isn't it a beautiful facade? The walls and those houses, the whole street here was actually built only for one city now here behind me, but...
Wow!
Oh, exactly. You see, I told you it still works. It would cost you about $1 million to buy an apartment here with about 3 rooms, 70 square meters, or 200 square feet. Is that right? No, that's not right. 600 square feet up. Okay, now we left the mainland and we are back on another island which is called Djurgården, so the animal garden translated to English. And it's
so long in there. Right. I didn't go because I wanted to go to the
Yep.
Okay, where's my number 6? Here we are.
Get over here.
Okay, please follow me. Good. Hole number 6 is here? Doesn't seem like. Number 6, please, here. here, please. So, number 6 here. Just continue. Like today. So it was very fast, actually, and it was very big. It was one of the biggest ships ever built in its time. It was one of the most decorated ships of its time, and that makes it so special. And not only that, the good thing on the whole was that it actually sank on the maiden voyage. Because it came 800 meters or half a mile. It took 20 minutes from the Royal Palace, where we passed before, as you remember, out in the inner harbor, still being in the harbor of Stockholm. There was a little bit wind coming from one side, like this, if you have the sailing boat here. A little bit wind coming, the boat was leaning over, water entered through the cannon holes, you can see them, and then the boat sank. Blup, blup, blup. And it was gone forever. Well, nearly forever. Those days, at least, it was forever for them. And, well, of course, it was a big disaster. It was a catastrophe, you can imagine, right? Whole Stockholm was standing around. It was a beautiful Sunday morning with sunshine in summer, 10th of August, actually, when it was sailing out. Whole Stockholm was looking and watching, and they were very proud of its big warship, beautiful ship. And then it sank after 20 minutes. It was a catastrophe. So that was the disadvantage. But the advantage was that now, because it sank in the harbor, that's why we have it now. Because if it had sailed into war south to Germany or wherever, they would have been shot with other cannons, it would have burned, and it would have sank. It had sunken. It has sunk, right, it would have sunk. And fallen into millions of pieces. And we wouldn't have it here then, so you couldn't be here now either. 1956, we had a private investigator who was very interested in old wrecks. He found it with a special thing he invented, and you can see the exhibition here right on the same floor where we are now, on that side, on your right hand side there, next to the windows. An exhibition, he invented a thing which you just threw down into the water with iron, so it was very heavy. It fall down, and then he took it out. Hole here, he found some oak, a piece of oak, very old oak. So he knew there is something special down here, and it must be the Vasa, it can't be anything else. Another friend of him, diver, he was diving there and he found it. And he said, well, it's so big, it must be the Vasa. And so he convinced the king and the government and everybody that we would have to salvage it, to save it, to bring it up to the surface, conserve it, and so on. And they did so. And it took them 5 years, the whole project, to lift the boat from the bottom of the sea. It was down on 33 meters of depth. It was not very deep, only 100 feet. But anyway, it was the biggest thing ever done in history, because never ever anybody else did something similar before. So we had no documentaries where we could go back and look at how did they do, what can we do better or wrong or not, whatever. So it was, everything had to be planned from the beginning without having knowledge about how to do it. But they managed, and the whole body of the ship, the whole body was still one piece. So it was built very, very well. It was good quality. Only it was built wrong, but that's a different story. But good quality anyway. So they brought it up as one piece after 5 years of working. And then the divers, they were diving there for a long, long time. And it's a very muddy bottom, you know, things which fall down, they sink and get covered with mud. The divers were diving for many years there, and they found more than 14,000 pieces. You know, small pieces, like all those statues which you're going to see in the back of the boat, which just fell down and so on. You know, all this they found. And so it was called the biggest puzzle in the world. Because it took another 20 years to preserve and conserve the ship with some chemical, I always forget the word, glycol, glycol something. Anyway, non-chemical thing they used to conserve the boat, you know, because the wood was, my English is very bad today. There was a lot of water inside the wood, and they had to get rid of the water to be able to conserve it, because now the wood is like hard as stone. And, sorry? Yeah? Yeah, exactly, like a fossil. So that was the main reason what they wanted to do. But again, they did not have a clue how to do it. Yeah, of course, it was easy with small pieces like this. But how do you conserve a ship which is 70 meters long, so that would be 210 feet long, which is in the back there, 20 meters tall, so that's 66 feet tall, and which is in the middle here, the belly, about 12 meters wide, so that would be about 40 feet wide. How do you conserve such a thing? How do you lay it into a pot and conserve it in this chemical solution? That is tough, and we did not exactly know how to do it, but finally they made it like raining on it from the top. 20 minutes raining, this chemical thing, and then 20 minutes break. 20 minutes raining, 20 minutes break. And this they continued for many, many years, and after some years they met the breaks longer and longer, so 20 minutes raining and then 5 hours without, and so on. Of course it has sails when it sank. All the sails were on the top, or 4 of them at least, because they only had 4 sails. And one of the sails even be conserved as well, beside of the ship, and that's the oldest still existing sail in the world, which you can see if you go up 2 floors and then to your right hand side. There you have a sail behind the glass. It's not exactly a sail which you could use nowadays on your sailing boat, but it is still existing. And that's the oldest which is existing. And why are those things so very well preserved, by the way? Why do they finally exist after 333 years underwater? Well, that's simply because the water temperature here is just about freezing all year round. It doesn't matter if it's summer or winter, down there on 33 meters or 100 feet of depth. It's always just above freezing temperature. And because it's so cold, and because we have so very, very little salt in the Baltic Sea, that's the reason why this worm, which usually goes into the wood and eats it up everything, can't exist here in our waters. And that's why nothing got destroyed, really. Of course, it fell into pieces. Yeah? The statues fell down, but it still is like a whole. Yeah? Okay, so this is about the size. 1961, they took it up. It took 20 years to conserve it, 10 years to put all the 14,000 pieces together. And then we had a ship which was 95% original. 95% is original, not 10% or 20% like on other wrecks in the world. 95% original. And if you look up there, you see some light colored wood. Those are the pieces we did not find. So those are the 5% we had to just make a copy, the way how we think it was in original, or how we know it looked like in original, because there were some pictures, and so we could actually replace the parts which were missing. You will also see in the back. Okay, what I want to do with you now is I want to go with you into the back and then 2 floors up to show you a little bit more and explain you a little bit more about the ship. And then, so, do I have all my number 6 together?
I'll be standing over here.
Come as close as you can, please. No is 2 different things. But there was actually planned to be 450 people were supposed to be on the boat.
Wow.
150 sailors and 300 soldiers. Because there's 64 cannons on this ship. It was the most cannons ever a ship ever had those days. Usually they had only... Just come around here a little bit so that I'm gonna end up being in the middle. Okay, is everybody here?
Right.
Number 6, come close a little bit. Come to this side here. So that you see me and hear me. Or you don't need to see me.
Not replicated there.
Okay, we have a lot of decoration on this warship. Why do we have so much decoration on the warship? It was supposed to fight, right? Decoration was actually not as important. But especially this ship was supposed to be a very special. It was supposed to be the flagship. The most important one, the one where the king would be on when they sail out into the war, with maybe 100 warships behind them. But this one should be the leading one, the best one, the biggest one, the strongest one ever built. That was the idea. And how do you get a big warship? Yeah, well, the size, and of course many cannons, that's the most important thing. The more cannons you have, the stronger you are. And what do you need more to impress? Well, only cannons, they maybe don't impress so much, but by having such a lot of decoration, that will be impressive. And that was the reason. Our king, Gustav II Adolf was his name, the one who ordered the ship. You can see this small child up there, and griffins putting the crown on his head. That's the king. He put himself as well on the boat, of course. He also wanted to be part of it. So his idea was, well, if I put a lot of decoration, a lot of statues on the boat, that will be impressive, because this wasn't normal at all. So by having so much statues, it's a sign that he was strong, powerful, that he had money, that he was important, and so on. So to impress, that was the main reason. A big warship to impress. And that's what you have to have in mind if you look at this ship. So you will understand why it looks like the way it looks like. And you see loads of figures and statues and symbols especially here. I won't tell you exactly who is who or what is what, but in general, you have Swedish kings here, you have even Roman and Greek, kings from the Roman Imperium. That's a little bit strange, but that's another story. We have it at least. We have statues or figures from Nordic, Greek and Roman mythology here on the ship. So all different kind of things we have here. We have right here in the middle, the big one is the coat of arms of Sweden, with the 3 crowns in the middle and the lion. Why lions? Well, everywhere where there's a king, there's always a lion. That's the same all over the world, because lion is a strong animal, it's the king of whatever. So that's a typical sign for king and power. And well, that we have. And then we have one more thing, which is a little bit funny. You see those lions here, those ugly faces? Yeah? Why do we have those ugly faces? Well, that was the funny thing actually, because those days they thought that this would scare off the enemies.
Yeah.
So by being, if you come ahead and you see this, then you would be just scared. So you don't think about shooting any longer, but you just turn around and sail away. So that was the idea behind that. Okay. So you see, it's beautiful, beautiful decorated, with loads of symbols behind this. And if you look up to the top and down to the bottom, then you will see it is really huge. So have a look, and then we just go around the corner there.
Michael, is that the original?
Gustav Adolf Regius Svezia. So Gustav Adolf, the king of Sweden.
It's all the way down.
Those letters up there, Gustav Adolf.
What's that?
Resistance. G-A-R-S.
I don't see it.
Two letters over here, 2 over there, G-A-R-S.
Oh, yeah.
Gustav
Okay.
Adolf. And I forget how he said that, but it means the king of Sweden.
Would sail through the islands, you wouldn't really notice. But if a reddish, yellow, golden ship will sail through brownish green islands, that you will definitely notice. And that was the other way to impress and show that I'm a powerful king. Now I'm coming. That was his idea. Well, he never came so far actually. So the enemy was like up when they heard about this.
Michael, the king wasn't on the ship.
He was on the ship, the King Gustav Adolf II. He was already in Germany, in the northern part of Germany, fighting in the 30 Years' War. You know, and he was. Very urgently he wanted to have it. So he sent a letter to Sweden and said, "Where is my ship? I need it." You know, and so they built it as fast as they could, and they made a test. When the ship was finished, you know, it's stabilized, is it stable test. How do they do it? Well, they put 30 soldiers on one side, and then the whistle, and they run to the other side, run back, and you know, it's about 12 meters there, so that's, you know, 30, 40 feet. So they run the 40 feet, running back to the right side, the left side, and then the ship started moving. That's normal, because that's what sailing ships usually do. But it was moving too much. So the officer said, "Up, stop running, stop this. It doesn't look good. We stop this now, before something happens." And they made the ship sail out anyway. Why? Well, because they were afraid of the king. The king was in Germany, the king is always right, the king is never wrong, he needed the ship yesterday, you know, not tomorrow. So they sailed on anyway. And why did it actually sink now, to answer the question really in a proper way, is that the ship was built, it took 3 years. First, it was a Dutch shipbuilder, engineer, who built it, and afterwards he did something very bad. He died after 1 year. And so we tried to find somebody else who could continue this. So we found an Englishman who was very, very famous, very good in building ships as well. And he came here to continue. But, you know, those days, 400 years ago, they didn't have computers and saved plans and everything, you know. So he came and he looked at everything and he said, okay, this is how they started, let's continue. That was his way of doing it. Both of them, they were professionals, they were very good. They built many ships before and after. Well, not the one who died, but the other one. But what happened? Well, that's actually a very simple explanation. Well, nowadays for us it's simple. Those days they couldn't find anybody really who did wrong. But what happened is that in England, how is the coast in the coastline in Holland? Well, in the Netherlands, the coast is very steep, you know, like this, very steep. So it's no problem to come with ships, which are deep below the surface, into the coast, into the harbor. Very easy. But in England, how is the coast in southern England? Is there anybody from England here? No? The coast in southern England is like this. Yeah? Very shallow. So it's very tough to come in with ships, especially if they are deeper, you nearly can't get in there. And that's why the Vikings were so successful, because they didn't have deep going ships. You know, they were only like half a meter below the surface. So they could come into the coast in England so fast. But with this ship, you couldn't get into there because it's too deep below the water surface. So you would have to anchor like 5 miles outside. You know? And so this one experienced person with this experience started building it, and the person with that experience continued to build it. So it's two different experiences. They were both very well trained. They knew very much, but they had different experiences. And mixing the two ways of doing it and mixing the wrong parts of it, then it won't work. And that's exactly what happened with Vasa. If you build it less tall or wider or deeper, then it would have worked perfectly well. It would have sailed to Germany and it would have burnt and fallen into pieces. And we wouldn't be here today. But because they did it wrong, that's why we have it here now. So that's why it sank, because the proportions were simply wrong. And if you think that the mast in the middle here, this is the original part, you see? The rest of the mast is on the top of the museum. If you're outside, you see it. When we drive back with the bus, you can see it. And the original height was 52 meters, so that's about 170 feet. And below the surface, the water surface was, before there was people standing, if you look down at it, that was where the water level was compared to the ship. And there was only 4 meters or 15 feet below water level. So think, 170 meters tall, with 10 sails up. There's so many square meters of sail. It's more than 1,000 square meters of sails up, and only 4 meters below surface. You can't sail. Now we know. Those days they didn't. Well, they realized that. But they didn't really know why. They tried to say, first they blamed the officer and they said, well, it's your fault because you did the wrong orders or something like this. He said, no, I only put up 4 sails of 10 out of 10, only 4, and it sank. What do you think had happened if I had put 10 sails? And it was only a slight wind, it wasn't even strong wind. And then they said, you know, every ship needs to have some ballast down here so that it really is stable. So if it leans over, it will go back to the original weight because the ballast here is pushing it down, pulling it down. And so they said, well, you who were in charge of the ballast, you did wrong. You didn't put enough stones in there. And then this guy said, well, first of all, I put as much stones in as I had place to put. So there was not place for even 1 more stone. And second, if I had put more stones, the ship would have been deeper, okay, but then the water would have entered through the cannonballs even faster. So it wasn't my fault. And then they said, oh, but whose fault was it then? And then he said something very smart. He said, only God knows. Well, the king is always right. God you can't blame. Okay, so it was nobody's fault. It was actually strange that nobody got really lost his hand.
Yeah, that's what I
That was very strange. Okay, now I think I've talked too much because he was interested. Seems like, at least. What's the time now? It's 10 past nearly. Okay, we say till half. 11:30. So you have a little bit more time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I suggest now to maybe you go in the front and have a look at the ship from here. And then if you go down where we came up, just go down.
The narrator. Ship deck. Way to the back. Another scary lion. This is one of the gun ports. And then there's more down below. Information center. What? You remember?
It's a museum.
Oh yeah, that's right. Museum.
And you know, Stockholm has 750,000 inhabitants. And the whole Stockholm area with the suburbs, we have 1.8 million. And those people own more than 100,000 private boats. That means basically every family has a private boat. And why do we have so many private boats? Well, we are very used to boats, you know, like Vasa and so on, you know. So what we do is we have, Stockholm is built on 14 islands, and then we have the mainland in the south, in the north, in the west. And on the archipelago of Stockholm, you have passed through today in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Have you been outside and have you looked outside at least?
Yes.
Did you see all those islands?
Yes.
Do you know how many they are? They are more than 30,000 islands.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, good.
Wow.
And in the Lake Mälaren, you know the freshwater Lake Mälaren, you will soon see it again, outside of the city hall is freshwater Lake Mälaren. In that lake, west of town, Stockholm, there we have about 1,300 islands. So you see, we have more than 31,000 islands around Stockholm. So we are really used to islands, right?
Yes.
Well, now we would like to show you something completely different. This is the the richest part of Stockholm. This is the diplomatic quarters here. Here on your left-hand side, you see the Hungarian embassy. And on your right-hand side, you see the place where the American ambassador is living. That's not the embassy, that's where they are living. And then if you look to your right, now you're gonna see these yellow round windows. You see them now? When we pass here in the evening, we can see them standing there with champagne glasses in their hand. Do you know what they're doing?
Having
Working,
a party.
of course.
Oh, yeah.
That statue, it's a wild boar.
Well, this is the diplomatic area. Here you see some houses. They are actually private here on your left-hand side. But then they are very big, very beautiful. They have a fantastic view. You see the water here. You see across to the other island. And they are huge. Look at the house on your left now. You can see the size. You see how big they are? That pinkish one here is the Korean embassy. And the orange one in the front there is the Belgian embassy. So that's actually a house which is owned by the biggest publisher we have in Sweden. Nearly all books and newspapers are his, actually. So he only uses it as a weekend house. And this one here, ladies and gentlemen, this brick building here, this house, this you can buy. So that's your chance.
Oh boy.
How much?
How much? It's cheap, especially for people traveling with Norwegian Dreams. It's only about 100 million crowns, or 11 million euros, or about $13 million.
Oh.
Nothing, isn't it?
Nothing.
Yeah. helmets in the buses. I mean tourists. Of Stockholm, where the military was at home. But instead of just building some new modern buildings, they just took them, renovated them, and now they are offices and well, lots of offices. And companies are at home here now. I think that was a good solution actually. And the palm helmet with a horn on, not even a helmet which looked like that it might have had a horn on. So if you now go home and if you only can remember one single thing of Sweden, so please remember that the Vikings, they did never have helmets with horns. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. And then if you're gonna watch the next movie and you see Vikings with horns, then you can laugh and say, I know, I remember that. They didn't have helmets. Yes, helmets they had, but no horns. Good, thank you for that. And maybe the other legend, myth I would like to tell you now, which is one thing. People usually think that everybody was a Viking here in Sweden and Norway and Denmark. But that's not true either. What was actually the case is that some people, the Vikings, actually were the people who were traveling around the world to go shopping, bargain, selling things and buying things. That was the actual idea, and that was only about 5% of the whole entire population. 5%, that's not that much, right? To Poland, the Baltic countries, and especially east to Russia. They even came to Moscow. They came to Moscow and down even to the Black Sea. This is as far as our Vikings came. And the ones who sailed west, that was actually the Norwegian Vikings.
Yeah, beautiful part.
So, and the part where we are now is actually the eastern part of Stockholm, Östermalm. And now if you look to your right, you see one of the many, many parks we have in Stockholm. Huge park, it's a lot bigger than it looks like actually. And here you have the yellow building here on the right hand side, and that is the Royal Library of Stockholm. And that is a very interesting library because if they have more than 3 million books.
A little dog.
Yeah. And that is a treasure for everybody who is investigating, because there is a law in the 17th century, there was a law established which said that every book which is printed in Sweden has to be, one copy has to go into this library. And since you're not allowed to take the books with you, you're allowed to read them there at the place. You can copy them there, you can consult the books at the place, but you're not allowed to take them with you. And that's maybe the reason why we still have all of them.
Yeah. Look at this.
And we even have books which I think you didn't even know that they existed. Or have you ever heard of the Devil's Bible? There's only one book in the whole world, and that one is in there in that library. And it's huge. It's like as huge as a desk actually. Like, you know, when you sit there on your desk. Like maybe 1 square meter more or less. And it's written or painted, you could say. It's so beautiful done. It looks more like painted. It's written or painted on skin from donkeys skins. 160 donkeys they said they used for that. They calculated. And it's called the Devil's Bible because there's one page in there. It's the Bible, you know, some parts of the Bible in Latin. And there's one page where a huge devil is painted, which actually not is the case in the original Bible. So that's why they say the Devil's Bible. Nice book, I can tell you. And the story behind is that a monk who he was thrown into prison without it wasn't actually his fault, but he got thrown into prison anyway. And then it took him 1 night to write this Bible. So the devil helped him, right? It's a nice story. Anyway, now we have come into Kungsgatan, so the King's Roads. And I don't know, maybe that's because of the royal prices here. But the prices are rather high. And this is one of the shopping streets we have in Stockholm. And here you see the towers. It's hard to see them, but if you look out on your right and left, you see the 2 towers here on our right hand side now. Those are the King's Towers. And they are called like this because when they were built in the 1910 then they were the tallest towers in whole Europe. And the idea here was to create a little bit of Manhattan here.
Guess what?
So they tried to copy Manhattan, but you know, don't laugh now, please, because that was 100 years ago.
McDonald's.
Now we're gonna go straight across, and then you have to look at your left. And you will see 5 huge skyscrapers. And you shouldn't laugh again, please, because
It's very high.
because for us they are very high. They are the tallest ones we have. When they built them in the 60s, they were fantastic big and tall. So when we go straight across the traffic light, just have a look to your left and you will see them. And this part is as well the modern part of Stockholm, which was created in the 60s and 70s. Because Stockholm decided that we needed a modern city, and what they did, they just turned down destroyed all the beautiful historical buildings and put up some beautiful square cement buildings. Concrete and steel. Yes?
What is all the country's flags hanging in the sky? What are those?
Well, that's the shopping street number 1 here, you know, so that's a way of welcome all the nations. So you should find your flag as well. You can stop to visit the city hall. Now look to your left, you see all skyscrapers?
Skyscrapers.
They are tall, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. And here on your left-hand side, the blue building, that's maybe very interesting. That's the concert house or concert hall. And in there is actually one thing happens every year once, the 10th of December, they get the Nobel Prize in that building. This is where they receive the Nobel Prize. In that building, in the Nobel Prize, they travel the same way we travel now to get to the city hall, where they're gonna have the big party afterwards. So we're gonna do now, you're the ones who got the prize today, okay? So we're gonna travel to the party now. Now look to your right and to the left, you see our other shopping street, the pedestrian road. That's 3 kilometers or 2 miles with shopping.
Wow.
I could hear the women now. Oh. And men are happy that we don't get off here.
Look at how clean the streets are.
På andra sidan om grejen.
Ja, precis.
Det är en sån som kommer på tisdagar med flygpris.
Kebab house. Jet cruise. Right there it says. Opet. Opet 24. Opet. Alison can speak Swedish. We didn't know.
Now we are in Vasagatan, you know, Vasa Street. You remember Vasa? You have heard that before?
Yes.
And the reason why the ship actually was called Vasa was because the king who wanted the ship was from the dynasty, Vasa dynasty.
No.
His name was actually Gustav II Adolf Vasa. And because the ship actually doesn't have a name, there is no name at the ship. Some of you saw the initials maybe. That was for Gustav Adolf Regius Svezia, also Gustav Adolf, the King of Sweden. But otherwise we have no name. But we called it Vasa because, well, it has the sign of the family, the royal family. It was a Vasa king who ordered it. And this here is the road named after that dynasty. And if you look to your left, you see a beautiful building there. That's actually the old post office. And when they built this, beautiful, fantastic, wonderful city area here, the modern part, they turned down all the historical buildings, as I told you, but not the post office, because the post office was still in use here. So now the post office moved, because they didn't have enough place here any longer. And now we're a little bit smarter now. We don't just destroy it, build something new, beautiful, modern concrete and steel buildings, but we keep it the way it is, and we renovate it, and it's going to be offices again. And I think that was a good decision. And the other old building we have left in this area is here on your right hand side, and that's the Central Station. You can even read that yourself, right? It's English, you see, for you. Central Station. This is how we say. And this is here, below us, in that building and below us, everything meets in Stockholm. We have loads of city buses, because this is not a museum. The city hall is a place where people are working, 101 politicians, and you know nowadays with all those problems with terrorism and that, it's very important for you that you, when they go in, that you really stick to me, that you really stay with me. So you have to really stay with me, okay? That's important. We're gonna see the biggest, the most important things. We're gonna.
City Hall. This is the inside of the City Hall.
Okay, everybody's here. So you can hear me, I don't even have to scream, you don't have to come too close this time, because you're in such a luxury position now on the reading list. And this is the place where the Nobel, the banquet takes place. So after they received the prize, in the blue building you have seen, which you passed, in the concert house, they came here, and then with one huge table from the stairs down this way, and then on the right and on the left, many other tables. And there's 1,300 people sitting here to eat that Nobel banquet. The king sitting here, and the Nobel Prize, who got the prize, right on his side, you know, and then the rest. The less important ones down there. Then you have all the flowers from San Remo, because we like San Remo, Italy. So that's why every year we get fresh flowers delivered from San Remo to make these. And then they eat here, they have their dinner here, and after the banquet, they go up the stairs to get up into the Golden Hall. And these are the two things we're going to see. We're going to see the Golden Hall, and now we are in the Blue Hall. You notice, right? You see that? I'm waiting for some reactions here.
The Blue Hall.
Exactly. Why blue?
It's obvious.
Yeah, because of the ceiling there, right? Always when you build something, you always have a working title. And then you decide at the end if it's going to be the name or not. But they said this hall was supposed to be painted blue. The whole walls, everything. You see it's kind of a relief there? Yeah. All the big parts should be blue, and the smaller ones should be grayish. Like here, this one above the pillars.
Oh, yeah.
That was more or less the idea. But there's two theories now why they didn't paint it. One is they ran out of money, and blue color should have been imported from Germany or England, and it was very expensive. And the other theory, which I think is maybe more true, is that the architect, when he was standing here, and he looked up at the walls, he said, well, you know, actually, it looks good the way it is. We won't paint it. So those two theories we have why it's not blue. But anyway, because they have been working on this 10 years. 10 years they said Blue Hall, so they kept the name. It's been used as the Blue Hall, even though it's not blue in here. It depends what colors you see with your eyes. Maybe some people say maybe that is blue there, but well, I'm not exactly convinced.
Blue's gray.
Grayish more, yeah, I would say so too.
Yeah.
Okay, then you see, if you already talked about the pillars there, you see them, and they're all different. Some look maybe similar, but they are not. There's not one pillar. There's not two pillars who are exactly the same. All are individual. And that was also one of his ideas. All small details you see here, everything, absolutely everything, was from the architect. He decided every little small detail in here. If you look at the floor, you see this big, the white square. This is what he said. This is exactly how it's going to have to be. And then he said to those who were actually working, and then you put the small green pieces in between. You know? So they had nothing to do, nothing to decide themselves. He decided everything. Strong in the
So everybody, like, people had to do this by their hands, or they just had to?
It's a special marble, Swedish marble, green Swedish marble. And that's very expensive. We don't have so very much electricity, you know? That's maybe another reason why it's so expensive. And it's very, very special model because it has very, very high quality. It's a lot better than the so famous Italian marble from Carrara. So this is very special marble. You see the floor and also the stairs. They are more than 80 years old. Every day, lots of people go up and down here, and still it looks like new. And when are we going to go up the stairs? So welcome in the Golden Hall. And I think this time I don't have to explain you why. It's called Golden Hall. Or do I have to? What you see here, that's the other miracle we have in Sweden actually. You see here about 18 million gold mosaics.
Wow.
And we have, I have to tell you right away, I have to ask you please to leave those 18 million. I would like to have 18 million here when we leave the room as well. You're laughing now, but unfortunately I had a bad experience. I had once a woman who came, you know those you use for your fingernails?
Really?
Nails on the problems. She got with one and tried to get a piece out as a souvenir. Unfortunately, I'm not kidding. Unfortunately not. Anyway, so that's why I'm saying it always now, in a nice way. Please leave all the 18 million. And they are not worth so very much. Of course, it's a nice souvenir, but you can as well buy some fake ones down there in the shop. Exactly. And what we did actually, those are also fake. They are not pure gold actually. This is what we used here. Was since I told you the money we were running out of money, right?
Yeah.
So what we did, we used the so-called sandwich method. It was glass or crystal, gold, and glass or crystal. So it's very, very, very little gold inside. So it's not worth anything if you take one, but it's worth a lot for us if we're here. And what you see here, besides the 18 million gold mosaics, you see lots of symbols all over, lots of people and things. And we have one book just explaining here in between the doors and the windows, all the small people that you see. They always have names anyway. So those are people which have been very important for the Swedish history and cultural development. You have thieves here, you have poets, authors, musicians, physicians, people like this we have all over the place. Like, who do we have here? Here, for example, we have Karl XII. He was also called War King. He was famous for being in war. He was ruling for 18 years, and out of those 18 years, he was only 17 years. No, he was only 1 year in Stockholm, and 17 years he was outside somewhere of Sweden, fighting against whoever. So those are our symbols, and then we have like above the wood, you see the old medieval palace. The palace is a Baroque building. We built that because the medieval palace burned down in Finland. And that is just to remember, you can have a picture out there. And the most important thing is definitely the wall here behind me. Huge, huge wall. And what you have is right in the middle, you have Moder Svea, so Mother Svea. And Svea, this is where the name Sweden comes from. Yeah? Sweden, Sverige, as we say here, Svea, from her name. She's like a very old Nordic goddess from the Nordic countries, from Scandinavia. And she's sitting there on a throne, holding the crown, so symbol for monarchy, right? Sweden has really always been a monarchy. She's sitting on top of two, like waves, you know? One of them, you can interpret them in two different ways to interpret them. There's either it's the Baltic Sea and the Lake Helena. Stockholm is right in between those, as you already have learned today, right? And you can interpret them as the Atlantic and the Pacific. Because here from the right-hand side, we see the eastern world coming towards Stockholm. We see elephants, Turkish flag, English, things like those, Chinese. And here from the left-hand side, we see the western world coming towards Stockholm.
Statue of Liberty there.
And so on. So the western world and the eastern world coming together here in the middle of the world in Stockholm. That's what she told me. Yeah, that's her the city hall on her knees, the city hall, because this is where we are now. And then you see all this happens like on a scene, like in a theater. And
that was simply the idea. Well, West and East comes together, there will be peace, it will be sunshine, everything will be fine. When did they build this wall? 1911, 1922. What happened in that time? First World War, 1914 to 18. So that was the idea of peace. We don't want to fight, we want to have peace. And that is here on this wall. And I think it's just a fantastic symbol, a message we have behind it. On television, the 10th of December, maybe the 11th, when you turn on the news and they tell you, oh, now Nobel Prize party in Stockholm, you know. And then, because after eating dinner that day, they come out over the stairs, come in here, and then they have the big party here. The dancing, you know, the getting together, the talking, and so on. And then up there on the small balcony, we're going to film all this, you know. Big Brother is watching. Then in Sweden we have this, like, you know, we can watch it live, more or less in television. But in the rest of the world, this usually comes together in small news sometimes. They say, oh, Nobel Prize, and that's it. And then usually you see people here dancing and standing in the scene, one of the prizes, one of the prizes. And then it's like something to see as well. I think this is just one of them. Huh? You think so too?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, 3 times. Nobody's worse. Okay. Yeah, Halvor is not exactly the same as it was after, as it is now. But when he presented the model for this competition, he said, this is how I imagine the city. It was prize number 1 he won, right? The competition, he was allowed to build it. But there was one thing they said. They said, okay, it's beautiful, but 4 million crowns, 100 years ago, don't forget that. 4 million crowns is too much money. So you have to make it cheaper. But we like it as it is. So make it cheaper. So he changed some materials, he calculated again, and then he said, okay, I can build it for 3 million crowns. Good, they said, build it. And then, at the end, it costed 6 million crowns. Of course, still the same. It's just like some things never change. Okay.
The poetry. Nobel Prize in poetry. Dinnerware.
Ja, just det. Ja, just det.
Popular mode of transportation. The guy on the left carrying a cello and a 3-wheel bicycle.
Yes, of course. You're welcome.
Yes, very nice.
He says 1 hour and 11 minutes. I think it's 120.
Hello again, welcome back.
Local train.
Careful, careful.
Very popular mode of transportation here.
But my people never trust me in these days. It's so easy to forget, I know. 14 islands. If you look to your right, you see this, below the tree, you see this white, well, creamy house with the white flags on the top. You see that, the building? And that is the smallest island we have in Stockholm. The island is only some square meters bigger than the house. You see it from here? It's a little bit grass around the whole house. So that's the smallest one of the 14 islands we have. Now you're gonna see it better.
It's a house.
And nobody's living on the island there. It's only an institution which owns the building and uses it. This beautiful building there with the green copper roof, that is the house of the nobility, the noble people. And that building there was once the biggest building in whole Stockholm after the Royal Palace, so the second biggest actually only, when they built it 400 years ago. And now we drive through the Road of Peace, as it's called, Fredsgatan, and the peace we talk about here was when the 30 Years' War, you know, the Vasa ship and so on, when the 30 Years' War was over in 1648. This is where this road here got its name. Here we pass the pedestrian road once more.
I don't see it.
You're gonna see so and see when we go across.
And there's the bag.
Oh, there's some people here today.
This is almost out of film. So I'm just going to keep taping it until it runs out.
And right in front of us now you have the opera, the main entrance to the opera. And here on the right hand side you will soon see better when we're going to turn on the roundabout. This building, the yellow one here on your right hand side, is the Foreign Ministry. And right in the middle of the square you see a person sitting on a horse. That is Gustav II Adolf, you know the one? Who wanted to have the Vasa. And he was the one, you see he's pointing south, he's saying, oh, let's go, now we're going to go to Germany and occupy everything. And he actually met Sweden to become a huge imperium. Now, you see in front of us the Royal Palace. Behind the Royal Palace you see the cathedral as well on the right hand side. And if you turn right here you come automatically to the pedestrian road. Then you can turn there, you see the house with the pillars right in the front there. You turn either to the left to go into the old town, the pedestrian road in the old town, or you go to the right to go to the pedestrian road in the modern part of the town, the one we have just... Sorry? Well, the souvenir shops you're going to find exactly everywhere, but I think the biggest ones you're going to find if you turn right to the road. So you can't get lost. And we're going to go around the corner here. And then you're going to see a cruise ship there in the front, so that you know how you're going to find your way back.
Leading the way.
With the flags on the top, that is, as I told you before, the most exclusive hotel we have in Sweden, in Stockholm. And it became famous for one thing, you know. It was the first hotel in town who... was the first hotel in town who started to change the sheets when they got new guests in. And for the ones who want to hop off, you see the cruise ship in the front of you? So it's no problem at all. You can simply walk here across the, not across the water, no. Or you can if you can.
Only one guy I knew.
So now you can either go back, or we just came with the bus to go, so you automatically get into pedestrian road. Okay, so for those who want to hop off, here we are, and have a nice day time in Stockholm.
We're not getting off.
I want to see Kamastan, but I think I'm seeing part of it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Probably a training vessel.
Sorry? You don't come in anyway. Just go up here. Have a nice time. Thank you very much. Yeah, just follow the water. Bye-bye.
There's the cruise ship. See this thing?
Don't talk about it while
I want to.
Vaktparaden.
I think that's some kind of water taxi. A lot of boats and ships.
Kommer Micke?
Yeah, I go, yeah.
This is the Baltic
No, I don't know you,
Sea.
so I can't take...
And there's lots
No, not this one.
right
This is special
behind
group.
us that go to the river. I forget what it is.
Mikael?
Yes?
Is that those...
Yes.
Okay, some people have left us now. So all this part, if you look to your right, is all Gamla Stan.